Welcome back to Solynod Hex, everyone. Today we are holding session number 449. And today's session is sponsored by our generous patrons and donors. Thank you very much, patrons and donors, for generous pledges and donations. We wouldn't have dynamic lighting without you. And players at this time, if you haven't already done so, go ahead and add 449 points to your player characters for showing up on time. And when last we left the Order of the Superior Star, they were in the Water Temple just south of Hang Mai in the swamp in central Adria. And it looks like most of the party's right around here.
My map didn't change. Did your guys, Tenzi and Jandrak?
Here,
Yeah,
I forgot to put the ribbon on the temple.
Okay, thanks.
And then just let me know when you load in. And what we have on the tracker, we have Jim's locate object spell. Has 190 rounds left at the end of this round. Tenzi cast Vengeful Strike on Gargamod. Has 107 rounds left. Anatar has Fly cast on himself. It has 92 rounds. Tenzi's Vengeful Strike on Asher, 91 rounds. Tenzi's Impervious Sanctity of Mind, 85 rounds. Time now is 2:43 a.m., September the 22nd, 11 AE5. So super early in the morning, like 0 dark 30. Asriel's detects snares and traps, has 32 rounds left. Shandrak used his Staff of the Magi to cast Enlarge on Brian Druid, 7 rounds left. Same thing on Gargamon, 6 rounds left. Anatar's Improved Invisibility has 3 rounds left. And first up is the Kidate Ninja are playing catch up here to the henchman side of the party. And it looks like over here, Erdrin is out front, and Asriel and Bombosa are just behind him, with the dragons and the ninja are bringing up the rear. Next up is Asher. The ninjas stay put for now. So next up is Asher and company.
Bosa. Oh, yeah. So Adrian had just checked the area ahead of him. So Bombosa is going to move a couple squares ahead of Adrian and check the 10 feet immediately in front of him. Traps.
Okay. All right, he finds nothing.
Okay. He says, the area immediately in front of me, it appears, safe. And the henchman, the rest of them will just kind of stay put. Asher looks, a little bit frantically, but like back and forth between Tenzi and Shadrach, and says, I hope everybody else will be okay without us there. Ooh, maybe we should go back.
Yeah. You guys stay here. I'll be right back.
And she looks at Tensi and Checker just shrugs and says, okay. And she will check the 10 feet immediately in front. Or did I already check that 10 feet?
You're talking about Asher?
We'll say that. Yeah. Asher's been checking for traps. I can't remember if she already did that 10 feet immediately in front of her or not. I guess we'll say she didn't, and she'll check that 10 feet.
Let's see. Yeah, I think you're right. I think she did not. All right. Okay, she finds nothing.
Okay. We'll move forward another 10 feet. So far, so good. That'll be it for me.
Okay. Tenzi and company.
Tenzi will move forward behind Asher, as will Musashi.
And Asher, in your infravision, you can see the very end of a sign ahead, right here.
Oh. Someone was kind enough to make directions or something.
That would be most helpful. And then Asriel will fly up to Bosa and do a detect snares and traps next 40 feet.
Go ahead and give yourself a 40-foot, like, yellow aura. Okay, and you detect none.
My children, it appears safe from snares and traps ahead, but you may continue your checking for more advanced traps. And that will be it for us.
Sounded like Asher had something to say.
Oh, I was gonna say Bombosa just nods and looks arguably too confident.
Okay. The dragons stay put for now. Next up is Shandrak.
Sorry, I'd had problems loading onto the map, so I had to try to restart my computer just now. But Chandrak's gonna try to jog back to where the henchmen are, and Erdrin will check in front of. We'll check traps in front of where Bombosa did.
Okay. Do you want to go as far as Ashriel tells you to stop and then check, or because Ashriel and Bombosa are right next to each other, and Ashriel is using detect snares and traps. I thought it was
Yeah, I
detect
just
snares
like-
and pits. Oops.
Yeah, I just gotta go 10 feet in front of where Bombosa was, and Erdrin will try to check for traps further down the hall.
Man traps, missile traps, hunting snares. And creatures that create traps. Trapdoor spiders, giant sundews, ant lions. Pits and deadfalls and snares. So you go to the edge of where Ashriel tells you to go?
No, I trust there's no snares or pits, but Erdrin's seen plenty of blades, so he's just gonna go 10 feet in front of Bombosa.
Bombosa,
and,
okay.
check from there.
Okay. So 10 feet in front of Bombosa. Okay, he finds nothing.
Okay, finally. Alright, finally loaded back up.
Yeah, there was a Windows update within the last day or two that is kind of required to run Roll20 right now. Like your map will keep going, it will keep failing if you don't have the update. Is that what happened? Did your map fail? Like it was like, oops, sorry, this web page is effed up.
At first it was doing the thing where it was black, but I could see the HP and health bars.
Oh.
And then I restarted, and then it just kept having an error window come up. But
Okay.
it seems good now.
Okay.
So Erdrin checks that out, and Sandrak jogs back towards the hedges, and Ryer will come down and join Ashriel, and that's all for me.
Okay. So end of round. I'm gonna sort again just in case. Alright, we got spells in time. Looks like Anatar's improved invisibility is about to run out. He has 1 round left at the end of this round. The Kidate kind of stay put where they're at. Next up is Asher and company.
Bombosa will come 10 feet in front of Erdrin. Search the 10 feet immediately in front of him. You see something here, that's interesting.
Yeah, you come to like T intersection, and there you could see like the edge of some ancient statues. By the light of your necklace.
He'll check the 10 feet in front of him for traps.
Alright. And he finds none.
Okay. And then his companions are gonna move a bit closer, just in case it happens. Going to part of the map. Move. Actually, she already moved up 10 feet. She's going to check the 10 feet in front of her.
All right. And she finds none.
Alright. Yeah, she can see that sign, and she looks over her shoulder and says, "See a sign, fire, a door. I don't want to too far away from everybody. Maybe I'll just go as far as that sign, and we'll at least know that this part of the hallway is safe for them when we come back."
So with a combination of firelight and your infravision, you can see a very wide door ahead of you. It's like 20 feet wide and 15 feet tall. It's accompanied
It's
by
a really
a
big
sign.
door.
Yes. It's accompanied by a sign with the common tongue written on it.
Asher only reads Elvish. She looks over her shoulder and does she recognize its common tongue?
Yes, you can recognize alphabets to recognize what the language is, but you can't read the inscription on it.
She looks over her shoulder and says, can't make it out. It's in common, which I don't read. All the books in Lucilia City were in Elvish. Maybe one of you guys does?
I may be able to do that, Tansy replies.
Oh, good. That'll be it.
All right. Next up is Tenzi and Company.
Start with Asheville. He will fly to here, detect snares and pits.
He doesn't see any snares or pits.
My children, I detect no snares and pits, but there are doors to the left and right.
And you recognize these cobra statues from your time in Tintabula. They're very similar, but they are different in that they look like the holy symbol of Mershalk rather than Set. And you've seen the holy symbol of Mershalk on those tapestries. It looks like the cobra symbol from G.I. Joe, pretty much. These statues are carved in the same style, I suppose, as the holy symbol of Mershulk. Well, unholy symbol of Mershulk.
Right. We'll leave that be for now, and we'll go over to Tenzi. And Tenzi will move up. And Musashi will come up as well. And he will, Tenzi will attempt to read it. He can read common.
Okay. So it's it looks very similar to Western signs you find in like towns. You know, the signs that label the buildings, like
Yep.
you know, inn signs and pub signs and blacksmith signs and stuff. And the inscription on the sign says, Kappa School of Martial Arts. Kappa. Like the monster.
So I'll relay that to Musashi and to Asher.
Well, that's confusing. I didn't know they. The school down here?
I am
I
interested
bet it's
in
nowhere
meeting.
near as. But it's nowhere near as good as your school.
I think I will endeavor. I will endeavor to find out.
They were strong, despite being small. He had a good, firm handshake.
And that'll be it for us.
All right. The dragons kind of stay put, and next up is Chandrak and company.
Okay. Chandrak continues jogging and should he gets to the people.
That was Gargamon speaking to you guys, by the way.
There we go. Yeah. So Chandrak will jog, make it to the light.
So dead ninjas all over the place.
Yeah. It's like, oh, hey guys. Asher's just about done checking for traps on that northern direction we were going before. Let's all go that way together.
And seeing a full-fledged party member kind of giving them guidance, Asher's people will do as he asks.
And Airdrin and Ryer will do the same and begin jogging back.
All right. Anything else for Chandrak and company?
And then, Gargamon will come on up, join the people at the end of the hallway. And yeah, I'll just take the lead, and that'll be all.
All right, end of round. We got spells and time. So Enitar's improved invisibility will end at the end of this round. The Kitate, before they get left in the dark, are going to carefully move out of this room, feeling the wall, and walk into the light of the lantern. And this Kitate Chunin, Aukuka Kenpana, is going to pick up the lantern and hold it aloft to light the way for the other two. Next up is Asher and company.
Asher, seeing everybody get kind of antsy and get ahead, is gonna forge ahead further than she did before. Here's another door. She's gonna go all the way to the big door and listen at it.
All right. So on the other side of the door, Asher hears several interesting sounds. The crashing of waves against sea cliffs, the flickering of flames, and snoring sounds echoing through the chamber on the other side. Like a...
And she'll report back. Says, I hear waves, like with the water elementals. Hear sounds of flickering flames, and I hear people sleeping. And she kind of like tilts her head in thought and says, Wonder if there might be some potential for ambush there if they don't notice me. But I think Shandrak went to round everyone up, if I remember correctly what he's doing. So I'll wait till reinforcements come. Who knows how many people there might be. And hearing Shandrak, Asher's people are going to start backtracking.
Okay.
At a jog.
And next up is Tenzi and company.
Athriel will call out, my children, I have something I must do before I join you. And he's going to fly up to one of the Cobra statues. And next round, he's going to cast a spell. Over here, I guess we'll have Tenzi and Musashi get into position for when they open the door. And Tenzi will whisper, yes, it is wise for us to wait for the others. Who knows what could be in a school of martial arts.
Doesn't sound like easy pickings.
and then that will be it for us.
All right. The dragons are going to wheel around and follow the rest of the party on foot. And next up is Shandrak and Company. You there, Shandrak?
Hello?
Okay, I hear you now.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Shandrak will begin to jog his way back. And as he passes the henchman, he'll say, good exploring, though.
We'll have to come. Varen says, "We'll have to come back this way. I bet. More evil things that need killing."
Oh, I'm sure. And as Gargamon just kind of waiting there, he just kind of yawns for a minute and thinks to himself, like, oh, it'd be nice to have a bed next to one of these elementals. That sounds relaxing.
It seems there might be beds in there based on the snoring.
Wish the elemental could stay put. That'd be nice to nap next to him.
And end of round. So Anatar becomes visible. And it looks like Gargamon's Enlarge has 2 rounds left at the end of this round. The Kitate Ninja come jogging down the hallway with their lantern light. And next up is Asher and Company.
Asher is going to, while she's waiting on everyone to show up, says, might as well check this door too while we're waiting on everybody. And listens at this door.
Okay. All right, on the other side of this door, you hear the crashing of waves against sea cliffs accompanied by the rattling sounds of a snake's tail.
And she will report about that. Sounds like maybe more of the elementals, maybe some of those oh, what
Yanti?
the hell? Yachty. So plenty of fighting to be had around here, I would think. Where people are going to jog forward again. And she wasn't out of movement, so she's going to come back this way. And just before she kind of ducks into an alcove to try to hide, she'll say, when everybody gets here, I'm thinking about trying to get in unseen and maybe dispose of some of those sleeping enemies before they know we're here. If that sounds all right, then I would maybe stand out of view of the door, because if that elemental sees us, I don't think they sleep. Doesn't sound like he's asleep. Then he might start causing a ruckus.
Okay.
And then she will duck back here, and she already did a listen check, so I don't think she can hide in shadows this round. I guess she'll do it next one. A little bit more movement on these guys.
Yeah. Only one thief ability per round.
And everybody else is gonna that direction. That'll be it.
Alright. Tenzi and company.
Tenzi and Musashi are going to move back around the corner a little bit.
Actually, you know what? I am going to let you hide. Because that's something that you do at the end of
Okay.
your movement.
Alright.
Yeah. Because you would be able to move silently and hide in shadows in the same round, so why not, detect
Makes sense.
noise and...
So she's going to hide and use her ring. Nice.
Okay, and then, sorry for interrupting, Tenzi.
Thanks.
Yeah, no worries. So Tenzi and Musashi move around the corner to try to hide a little bit, be out of sight when the door opens. And then in the south, Ashriel is going to cast Stone Shape and change the statue to resemble Isis.
Nice.
Okay.
But I didn't see it in the list, Jen. So,
Yeah, you can go ahead and add that to the list. I'm going to check real quick. Find stone dash shape. Closest thing is stone to flesh. Find stone shape. 3rd level pre-spell, 5th level wizard spell. Range touch. Area effect 1 cubic foot per level. Okay.
no, the priest one is 9 cubic feet plus 1 per level. So it'll be a total of 17 cubic feet worth of the statue. He'll start from the top and however far he can get down.
Okay. He's 9th level?
8th
8th.
level.
So 17 cubic feet. That'll be enough for the whole statue. It's only a snake. It is big, but it's thin. Into the shape of Isis.
And once Asher's done with his redecorating efforts, that'll be it for us.
Okay. Alright, so a newly formed statue of Isis stands before you in her regal pose with a scepter and flail.
Very nice.
The Panlung dragons are going to continue crawling through the hallway. And next we have Chandrak and company.
All right. Chandrak will make it back up. And he'll make it and see the sign for the first time and be like, oh, Kappa School of Martial Arts. You know what kind of style that is, Tensi?
I do not, but we shall soon find out. I don't know what school they might teach there.
Looks like Asher's already hidden. Are we gonna go through this martial arts school or the door on the right?
I believe her intention is the martial arts school first. She wants to try sneaking in to see if she can do any damage before the alarm is raised.
Alright, that sounds good to me. I'll help and join her. So Chandrak will go over and hide behind the sign.
Okay.
And Gargamon will come over and join Musashi and Tenzi on the hall. And Erdrin will make it up and come on the right side of the door and hide in shadows.
Okay. Anything else for Chandrak and company? Alright.
No, that's good.
Okay. We got spells and time. So Gargamon's Enlarge has 1 round left at the end of this round. The Kidate Ninja come jogging up from the back. And they line up next to the sign here. The tuning sets the lantern down. Next up is Asher and company.
So the henchmen are gonna come that direction, seeing that a lot of their allies appear to be out from this hallway. That's as far as they will go. In addition to making a half move, will innately cast Improved Invisibility again.
Who is this?
Anatar.
Okay.
Which is going to be 13 rounds. And with his normal movement, Bombosa can get up next to Brine Druid, so he's going to try to like hide under like part of his wing and hide in shadows there.
Okay.
I've left his necklace somewhere.
You can drop another one. I kind of delete the ones that people leave behind.
That's the main reason I get concerned. I'm like, where did it go? And then Asher is going to try to use Featherfoot. Bones there. And seeing that this looked pretty well staged, she is going to try to open this door. And sees that it is locked. And she will start trying to pick the lock.
Okay. You can see lock quality is just a regular good lock. Nothing special.
Mm-hmm.
And you're using lock picks, correct?
Yes, please.
All right. Tenzi and company.
Tenzin Musashi will just wait for Asher to do her thing. And Asriel, after seeing the statue that he created, is going to take a moment, just kind of go to a knee and give thanks to Isis for all her protection and help in his adventures. And that'll be it for us.
Okay. The dragons are going to crawl closer. And they kind of see Yong there and stop. And Shandrak and company.
Am I able to, where I am, like, kind of like hear, like, the sounds of, like, picking and stuff by the door?
Yeah.
Okay, so hearing that sounds like Asher's got stuff to do, Shandrak is going to, let's see. Yeah, so he will come out of hiding, take a 5-foot step in Kimpana's square, and cast another enlarge onto Brian Druid.
Okay.
How tall is Brian Druid again?
It says 100 inches when he's changed or whatever. Because he's already changed right now, right?
Yes.
I think that what's in my notes is that he's 68 under normal circumstances.
$45 rounds. All right. Your spell is overwritten. Now with a duration of 45 rounds. Anything else for Shandrak?
Ryer will pull his guitar out and begin inspiring us the song to make us hit better.
Perfect thing to do while lock picking is going on.
Mhm.
Okay, end of round. Got spells, time, and rally. And lockpicking. Gargamond will shrink at the end of the round. And first up is Shandrak.
Shandrak says, Gargamond, it's been a while. Come here so I can freshly enlarge you. And then once he comes around the corner, and Shandrak will shoot a green beam at him that keeps him enlarged.
That's another 45 rounds, yeah?
Yeah. And then he'll carefully come back around the corner.
Alright, the Kidate try to hide in shadows.
You can do it, guys.
The one in the middle looks like he's trying to be all sneaky. And the other two just kind of disappear from view. Next up is Asher and company.
Asher continues picking the lock. Bombosa is going to try to use Featherfoot to get a bit closer. So when the sneaky stuff goes down, he will be there. That'll be it.
Tenzi.
Tenzi and Musashi start listening to Ryer's song, and it makes Tenzi think about Zalmond, who used to enjoy Ryer's playing so much, so he has a little pang of sadness while he
Oh,
thinks about that.
yeah.
And then Ashriel will fly up to catch up with the rest of the people after his moment of reflection, and that'll be it for us.
Alright, the dragons stay put. End of round. We got spells time, lock picking, and rally. The Kidate look like they're staying put, the one that you can see, at least. Asher.
Taken, and that's it.
Okay. Tenzi.
Same thing, just enjoying Ryer's song, and Ashriel trying to catch up.
Shandrak. Shandrak, are you muted?
Yep,
Oh.
sorry. Chandrak calls out to Gargamond, hey, come here again for some protection. And then casts protection from evil onto him with the staff.
Gargamon casts protection from evil as a level 9 caster.
Oh, whoops.
Nice job, Gargamon.
I know. He's been studying secretly.
Okay, so you Shandrak casts protection from evil with his staff on who?
Onto Gargamond after asking him to come over.
Okay.
And Ryer will take a little bit less than a half movement just to avoiding the doors, but coming up into the corner of this hallway.
Protection from evil is 18 rounds. Anything else for Shandrak?
Nope, that's all.
Alright, the dragons stay put. End of round. I'm going to resort because of the new ticker. And we got spells time, lock picking, and rallying. So rally will take place at the end of the round. First up is Shandrak. Thaco Tuesday says hi.
Hey, Thaco. Okay, so Chandrak, they'll call over. Hey, Varen, come over here so I can give you some magical protection.
Fine. Be there in a minute.
And then Chandrak begins preparing to cast protection from evil once Varen comes within touch distance.
All right. The Kitate you can see looks like they're holding position. Next up is Asher and company.
We'll continue up again. And it kind of sounds like the scraping has a little bit, like, is matching the rhythm of the tune. And that's it.
And then does Varen go over to...
Oh, shit. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Varen will come up, and he's gonna actually come against the wall. Like, actually, no, because he saw the ninja there a second ago. He actually knows they're there. So he'll stop here. Next to Chandrak.
All right.
Chandrak, give him some protection from evil.
$18 rounds.
And once he feels that, once he feels like the warm tingle of magic going through him, he'll give like a nod and turn to his position.
You actually feel the staff touch you because its range is touch.
yeah.
And since he's casting it from the staff, he'd probably have to touch you with the staff. So he reaches out with his staff and touches your chest, and you don't feel any different, but he casts something on you.
He seems confident.
Yeah. Anything else for Asher?
I'm good.
Okay. Tenzi and company.
Senzi Musashi continuing to listen to Ryer, and Asher will...
So pretty much everybody's going to get Ryer's rally except for Ashriel, Yong, and the dragons. I think at the end of next round? Nope, end of this round. So if you want to, you can start putting the musical notes on. The dragons kind of stay put. Was there anything else for Tenzi and company?
No, that's it.
Okay. The dragons stay put, and that's the end of the round. And I'm going to sort again because there's another spell ticker. And we got spells in time. Coming up on 3 o'clock in the morning. Pretty quick. It's 2:52 a.m. And Ryer's rally takes effect. That's what, 11 rounds?
12.
12. Looks like the Kitate ninja stay put. And first up is Asher and company.
She is gonna continue picking. And yeah, everyone else is just waiting for her to finish.
All right. Tenzi and company.
Tenzi and Musashi are going to wait, and Astral is going to cast Protection from Evil and get on to Brian Druid. Innately cast.
Okay. Ashriel. Protection from evil. On Brian Druid.
24 rounds.
24 rounds.
And Chandrak calls out, "Hey, Ashrael, if you're here, come over so I could enlarge you. It's been a while."
Right. Astral cast that innately, so he'll fly up over to within sight of. Wait, do I have to be touch range? I don't remember.
For enlarge, yes,
Yeah.
it is range touch. So is protection from evil.
Okay. Yeah, I was right next to Brian Drew, and he cast it innately, so he casts that and then flies over to be next to Chandrak.
All right.
And that'll be a first.
And then Chandrak taps you with his staff. And
how tall was Ashrael again?
6 feet even. 72.
Oh, that's
136 inches now. 11 foot 4 inches, and I don't think that's huge. It's large though. Gargamon's definitely huge when he's enlarged though. Gargamon's enlarged right now, isn't he?
Yeah, it's been freshly enlarged.
Okay. And then do I have it on the tracker for Ashriel's enlarge? Find enlarge on Ash. Nope, it's not on there. So Chandrak staff enlarge on Ashriel. And that's 45 rounds.
And Chandrak just kind of looks up now at the now huge, the huge relative to him, Ashrael. It's like, yeah, that'll help put fear in some of those evil Burke's hearts.
Thank you, my son.
Alright. The dragons stay put. End of round. Gonna sort. We got spells in time. And Asher, you pop the lock on the door and you get 200 points.
Thank you. Satisfying click. And she smiles. Nobody can see.
And it appears that the Kirite who you can see plain as day, that's trying to act all sneaky, stays put. And next up is Asher and company.
Alright. Asher kind of looks about and hopes that everybody's out of sight enough. She's going to open the door.
Alright. Before you, you can see a long wide hallway as the door swings open. At the end of the hallway is a large chamber that is lit by lanterns. And at the end of which, behind a 16-foot tall water elemental, you can see a raised area in the back, which has up against the wall a table. And on the table is a scroll that is rolled up. And there are sleeping kappa in the water that contains the water elemental. And as soon as you open the door, the water elemental turns to face you, and its waves become rapids like white water, and it advances threateningly. And we're now in initiative phase. The kappa are asleep right now, but the activity of the water elemental will, wake them up, obviously, as it passes over them and whatnot. And they're just kind of like floating peacefully on their backs in the water. And you notice that one of them, this one here, is larger than the others and has no shell. So he looks identical, other than his shell is missing. And you can hear the whack, 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 whack coming from them. As they float on their backs in the water. And initiative phase.
Alright.
But before we have combat, you can go ahead and roll initiative. Before we have combat, we're going to take a 5-minute break. And that 5-minute break, oh, what the hell? Starting now. Be right back in 5. 3, 2, 1, and we are back. Okay, I'm just rolling initiative for the water elemental, and like I said, the Kappa are all asleep right now. So they will not wake up until the end of the round, and they won't be able to take action until next round. So you can slay them at your leisure while they're asleep. And I need to turn off the ambient track. That sounded a little weird. Alright, I'm gonna sort.
I need a second attack for Ashriel.
Ah,
Oh yeah, and Gargamon too, please.
Gargamond. And 2 more for Varen, right?
No, he's not. I think I rolled for movement.
I'll just add them right now and skip over them as zeros.
Okay.
And then you can use them next round. And I'm trying to remember who else usually gets multiple attacks. But we can do that next round.
Usually, yeah.
Okay. Alright. So we got spells and time. Alright, the Kitate are going to try to move silently into the room. Or into the hallway, that is. Alright, so this guy breaks stealth. Because he fails his move silently check. Next up is Karenglor.
He is going to rush into the room. Kind of hearing that there is stirring in there. It's not indicate everything is fine.
And one thing you immediately notice is on either side of the hallway is a door. And Ashriel.
Ashriel will fly into the hallway.
He immediately feels the evil coming from the sleeping Kappa. Especially the man-sized one.
So he's going to go to this first one. And swing with his flaming greatsword to kill it.
Oh yeah, sorry. I meant you get automatic hits on sleeping and held creatures if there's a combatant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, then I will not do that because I don't want to wake him. No, he's not going to fly by something that's evil. He's going to come up to it and he will attack it first with the great sword. So I just do the attack, but I'll hit, right?
Yeah, it's a free hit against sleeping or held creatures. They don't have susceptibility, they're not regenerating, they're just normal.
Okay.
Alright, you caused 13 damage to the sleeping Kappa T. Oh. So it's not a regular Kappa, it's a Kappa T. It's supposed to be medium sized. It's the first time I've used this monster sheet.
And then if it still seems like it's breathing, he'll bring the Nodachi on it.
Yeah, it comes awake and it starts quacking. Some language that you don't understand because you don't have tongues cast right now. That's correct, right? But you can sense its what it's saying in its mind, right? Because you communicate telepathically with all creatures.
Yep.
And it's saying like, oh, son of a bitch, angel, wake me from my slumber and kill me. Oh, dishonorable! I challenge you to I challenge your group to honorable combat between my style and your style. Just barely getting those words in before you're able to kill him. Oh, wait. Yeah. One second. Oh, you know what? This one is a regenerating creature. You can go ahead and roll damage again. Yeah. Kappa T are... Yeah, they are regenerating. All Kappas are. Oh, wow. Okay.
Kappa T sounds like a sorority.
So I actually did one less.
Okay. I just had to fix something on that character sheet. Alright, so
12 from the great sword and 15 from the Nodachi.
minus 12 and minus 15. Because, yeah, Asriel doesn't care about honorable combat. He only cares about slaying the living evil creature. Brendred.
Comes around the corner. sees that he's got his jaws open for a bite. Sees he's still miles away from anything, and he's actually gonna wait until the end of turn and change his initiative to movement so that he can get closer.
Okay.
Foul creature, I will cleanse your presence from the world with my mighty fire wrath.
Asher.
Asher was able to see how far away she was from all of this, so she's going to try to featherfoot up 12 squares. And then
You can go further than that, can't you? Because you're higher level.
I think I'm still limited by my how far I can move in combat. I think like if I was like super fast, like if I had like the movement speed of Anatar or something, then I could take the 16. But barring other ruling, I think still limited by my base movement.
Yeah, if you want to use Featherfoot, it's a full move. You're limited to a full move. Because you can't, because it takes a check to move silently, which means you wouldn't be able to like jog in Featherfoot. Because when you jog, that's an action, so you wouldn't be able to make a move silently roll when you jog. But once you hit a certain level, you can Featherfoot across water, right?
Yeah, I can do that now. There's wording in Featherfoot that says like you can Featherfoot like up at a certain level, like up to 16 squares, I think. But I think it's only like if you already have 16 squares, unless I'm misunderstanding.
Find Featherfoot. Oh, one word, Featherfoot. Okay. Oh yeah, at 17 plus, you can run across water. 120 feet of water at movement rate 18. And you're already level 17, right?
Yeah. So, okay, maybe I have more movement than I thought. All right.
Moves in complete silence and leaves no tracks on the ground. The character's weight does not press down upon the surface at all. The character does not set off any alarm or trap triggered by weight. Does not trigger a squeaking floor spell. And you only have to stop and make contact with a surface every 120 feet. Wow. Yeah, you get movement rate 18 while you're featherfooting.
Okay. We will keep going then.
That's... So you get 6 more squares, right?
Yep. And no, I wish I had chosen another weapon. That's fine though. So going to. She knows how far she was away, so she is going to use a short bow. This one looks like it's gonna be. Does so? It's I guess not a med kit because it's asleep. Is that gonna be a backstab allowed with that short bow?
Yeah. Yep. Free backstab.
And a +1 plus haste.
Alright, you kill it in one hit. Go ahead and describe.
He's sleeping, and so he opens his mouth and like a snort, and like an arrow goes like through his soft palate and and like back of his skull. And Asher keeps her stealth.
Varen. You don't have your invisibility anymore though, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Aaron rolled for double movement. Get that far. Yep, Aaron's done.
Alright. Gargamond. I think you're muted again, Chandrak.
Can you ping me? I had to reload again.
Yeah. Gargamond is here.
There we go. Okay. Alright, yeah, hearing crashing waves and the sounds of people dying. Gargamon will come on in. Oh wait, whoops. No, that's too much. Hold on. We will go. Yeah, we'll make it flanking Brian Druid next to the door. And that's as far as he can make it.
Airdrin.
Airdrin. Well, Featherfoot. And a little bit behind Herringlore.
Yeah.
And then Airdrin goes and makes a backstab shot at this this sleeping cap all the way in the back.
Okay. So the loud report wakes up the other two, and you get your free backstab against that one. So these other two Kappa are now awake. And you do 24 damage to this Kappa and kill it in one shot. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
Alright, so Airdrin kind of comes on up and kind of raises his gun up high and shoots down, and gets the kappa in the side and punctures one of its lungs as it just sinks in the water.
And Musashi.
Musashi will jog in. To here. And it's as far as he can.
Bombosa.
Going to attempt to feather foot. I don't think it's high enough for level 18, so he just gets that far.
Jim.
It's going to try. That's too far. Maybe out of range entirely. Short bow do. Yeah, it's too far. He will wait and no, because he's feather footing, so he also can't jog. He will hold his action in case something gets within range of his short bow.
Shandrak.
Okay. Indra. Yeah, I'm just gonna where he is. He's gonna try to hide behind the sign and Brian Druid.
Tenzi.
Tenzi cast Crown of Cold. 14 rounds.
Okay. And Tenzi gets 300 points for Crown of Cold. Alright, the water elemental swims right up to Ashriel. Oh yeah, it reaches him. From lower ground though. So it reaches out with a wave-like arm to slap Ashriel.
Is this a
lower?
This is a conjured elemental. He cannot touch Ashriel.
Oh yeah, that's right. Baron's protected from evil as well. What the hell? Alright, so it swims right up to the edge of the water here. And no, it'll swim right up to Ashriel and stop. It like tries to swing at Ashriel and its arms don't go inside of his protection from evil area. The dragons stay put. Next up is Antar.
Okay, Anatar is going to fly. Stop.
The only thing that goes through protection from evil is weapons, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Weapons.
And he will use his dagger pistol. No, it's still pretty far.
They're awake now anyways.
Yeah, he can get. Yeah, actually, still got 3 movements, so he can get to the thing. He'll wait until the end of the round and change his initiative and use his sword instead. I didn't think he'd quite make it. I was wrong.
So Gargamon used all of his movement already. Ashriel gets multiple attack.
You'll do Nodachi on the Kappa T.
And that'll be like front shieldless AC. 5 versus AC 3 is a miss. Oh, you rolled a 2.
Yeah, roll it.
Okay.
Yeah, rolling a 2 will do that.
And initiative phase.
Real quick, I had 2 people who were
Oh, that's
changing
right.
their initiative.
Anatar
One is-
and
Brian Druid. Brian Druid's just using it for movement, so.
What about Jim? What was he doing?
Oh, he was moving as well,
Hmm.
so I forgot him. Thank you.
Also, I think maybe he might have skipped past Ryer, but he hasn't moved, so that's the end of the round. He's gonna move.
Okay. And Anatar has 3 movement left, so he'll go 1, 2, and he
I
will
don't-
use his.
I don't see Ryer on the tracker.
Well, I rolled and it was 5.99 on my computer.
Yeah, it didn't go through because someone else is probably rolling at the same time.
Make him invisible. Yeah, he's supposed to be invisible. Fix that.
Yeah, I see 5.99 as well. It's probably a bad token. I would try deleting the token and putting a new one down.
Oh, I did not mean to hit Ashriel. Trying to hit that Kappa T.
You need me to move him?
Yes, please. Thank you. Oh, come on. High ground. Hero's Feast. Ryer. Invisibility.
Okay, front shield list -3, beats AC 3. You cause 18 damage to the Kappa T. And kill it. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
So it's just like starting to sit up and it's glaring at Ashriel, and then Anatar comes and too bad he doesn't have a shield because he's gonna take it like right in the back, and like sever the thing's spine, and he's got one sword attack and one square of movement left, and so he will
Kappa T
here
screams,
he
"No, cowards! Cowards, you won't accept my challenge!" And he dies.
Oh, I believe it's. Oh no, it goes. Okay, thank you. All right, and then he will use his other sword attack on the water elemental.
Mm.
And that will be it for me.
That was a mental scream heard by Ashriel. Okay, yeah, initiative phase.
Ashriel thinks back. You gave up your chance for honor when you turned to evil.
Ooh.
So first thing you guys notice about the Kappas is they go prone in the water, so their shells are sticking up now. And they look just like a big ass turtle when they're in the water. Like a snapping turtle or something.
Second attack for Musashi.
1 second. Vanillaware is releasing another like action RPG on the 8th called Unicorn Overlord, and I played the demo, and it's a lot of fun. It's on. It's gonna be on like everything because it's, you know, one of those independent games. But it's published by Atlas and Sega, and
Nice.
it's not gonna be the first Sega game on a Nintendo system, but you know, one of the first. You said Musashi needed another one, right?
Yes, please.
Also, Aaron, Glor, and Anatar, please.
Okay, there's Musashi. Karen Glor and Tar. But about 10 years ago, Vanillaware made Dragon's Crown, which was a lot of fun. And this one has very similar like character designs, like the wizards in Unicorn Overlord have the same look as the wizards from Dragon's Crown. So there's some kind of continuity. I don't know if it's in the same world or what, but definitely the same like artist,
Yeah.
which I think is really cool because they definitely have their own like style. Their style is pretty cool. It's kind of like an anime style, but it's some of the things about it are pretty unique when it comes to character design. Anyways. Okay, I just finished rolling initiative. So I'm going to sort the tracker. All right, is anyone still rolling? Here we go. We got, well, I'm going to sort one more time just in case. All right, we got spells and time. And we have a rally as well. And first up is Anatar with his improved invisibility.
He's going he's going for the water elemental. Visibility and Briar and here's Fist.
The water elemental is shieldless, -9 beats AC2. And you cause 16 damage with your longsword +3. Varen.
Okay, Varen's going to Sorry, I was looking to see if he needs to fly. I guess he does. Alright. He will first face this direction before taking off. He will start flying, gain 5 feet by here. Take a 45-degree turn. 4 gets him there. He'll gain another. Got things like 15 feet tall, so another.
It's 16 feet tall.
2 squares. Well, 16 feet. Okay.
So if you want higher ground, you're gonna have to get up to 20,
yep.
20 feet, which is 4 squares. Yep, there you go.
Yep. Okay, so that is 8 squares he's taken all together. 4 vertical. That's fine. We'll stop there for a second and take some attacks.
Alright, the water elemental is shieldless. Negative 11 beats AC2. You cause 12 damage with the longsword plus 4.
Then we'll go shield. And he won't bother with his claws.
Alright, the shield manages to score a confirmed crit, and you cause another 14 damage to the water elemental.
Alright.
Alright, so you guys can hear this door back here open. And a girl appears at the door holding a lantern. And she's like rubbing her eyes and holding the lantern. And she takes a look at what you're doing. And she's definitely an Adrian girl. Pretty young, like mid-20s, like early to mid-20s. And she sees that you're killing the water elemental in the Kappa, and she goes, she like stops rubbing her eyes, and she makes a fist palm facing her body, bends her arm at about 90 degrees, and does like a fist pump, and she goes, "Yes!" And you hear her say,
"Kill them! All kill them!
Oh, nice. Okay, nice.
They captured us when we were children. I'm not the only one."
Bombosa. She's just standing there watching you kill these
Okay.
Kappa.
Sweet. Alright, Bombosa is going to try to Featherfoot. And 11. 12 will get him here. And if his Featherfoot was successful, he can just be on the water. Oh no, I'm sorry, he's not high enough level, so 10 gets him here. He will save his last 2 movement and his action in case something comes up to him.
Alright, this door opens over on the left-hand side. And another girl appears at the door, holding a lantern. And some of you can see that her room is very Spartan. You know, it's stone floor, stone walls, no decorations, and there's just a mat to sleep on. And she's kind of pimply faced, and her skin is oily, and her hair is a mess. Her clothing is just rags. Looks like she's wearing like children's clothing, torn up and turned into like those sumo wrestler underwear. You know, it's just a band over the crotch and butt crack, and then a belt. And then she's wearing another one of the a belt-like band of cloth over her chest area. And she gets a big old smile on her face and nods, and she goes,
All right.
Gargamond.
Gargamond begins charging down the hallway. He will make it behind Ashriel and Varen, and actually, yeah. I don't know if he's attacking through them, depending on how high they are, but he's attacking the water elemental.
What's his height?
Gargamond's height is 14 feet.
Yeah, he doesn't have to roll at -2 because they're above his head.
Okay.
He rolls a 1.
Oh, I was afraid of that.
Poop time. Wee. All right, so this door opens right here. And this young man steps to it, holding a lantern. And he's like rubbing his eyes, and he sees you guys, and looks down the hallway. And he gets a big old smile on his face, and he starts laughing. And he looks at you guys, and he gives you a big thumbs up. Ryer, Jim, and the Kitate ninja. And the Kitate Chunin, Kinpana, he's like, oh man, because he realizes the monk is looking right at him. And he comes up behind Brian Druid and tries to hide again. Alright. Then this door up here opens. And a rather burly young man steps to the door. And he steps out. And he's like rubbing his eyes as well and holding a lantern. And he starts laughing.
Kill them all!
And then another girl on the right side. She opens the door. She steps out, not bothering to grab her lantern. She's like rubbing her eyes. And she kind of like punches her fists together and kind of jumps up and down happily and starts nodding and laughing. Tenzi.
Tenzi will jog into the hallway. When he sees the person at the doorway, he'll say, do you need any assistance? He'll just kind of stop for a second and ask if he needs assistance.
And he sets the lantern down. And he looks a lot like one of the former members of the Order of the Superior Star, back when they were called the Superstars. Looks very similar, like there's definitely like a family resemblance. And he kind of says, no, I'm fine, but do you need help killing them? Because I've been trying to escape since I was 10 years old.
Says, probably not, but any assistance you want to give would be welcome. And then he continues to jog down the hallway and stops here at the end of his movement.
And despite your renown, Tenzi, this guy doesn't know who you are. But he says, as you walk away, he kind of like steps out of the room and shouts to you, if you are interested in the martial arts, the scroll of our style is on the podium on the far side of the pond. It is very powerful style. Kappa style. Asher.
Okay, Asher is going to try to Featherfoot. Three. That's her there. She can't. She knows this thing doesn't have a spine, so she's gonna keep going. Oh, that's Anadar. 4. 5. 6. 7. And she is going to turn and try to backstab this one if she can. Oh, sorry. I forgot to say she before she left, she dropped her bow right here, just on the ground,
Okay.
and pulled out her longsword.
Right here?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And she's going to try to backstab this one with her longsword.
Yep. You get your backstab. Oh, wait. Let me roll. Because you used Featherfoot, right? Okay, you get your backstab.
Sweet.
Wow, nice crit. Does 36 damage. You kill the Kappa in one hit.
Sorry?
Go to. Oh, sorry. 16 damage. What? Only 16 damage? Okay. Yeah, you don't kill the Kappa.
Alright, so she will lose her stealth.
Yeah. Ryer. I think you're muted, Chandrak.
Ryer turns to the young man that Tenzi was talking to, and he says, "Oh yeah, don't worry. Something like this should be no problem for us. We're the Order of the Superior Star. We'll get you out of this."
I'm sorry. I've been in here for a very long time. I've never heard of you, but if you're interested in martial arts, the scroll of our style is on the podium on the far side of the pond.
I might take a look at that. And Ryer begins to jog. And he'll make it there jogging.
Okay. The door on the other side of the hallway opens, and another monk of Kappa School walks out, rubbing his eyes. A man in his mid-20s. This one looks very similar to someone else who used to be in the Order of the Superior Star. Definitely a family resemblance. And another door opens. And this young person steps out. And another door. And this young person steps out. Next up is Karen Glor.
Right, Karen Glor is...
Oh, this young person.
Come on. Eight. 11. So he can't reach, but he is going to hold his attack so that if something comes up to him, he can attack it.
Alright. Next up is this Kappa.
She tries to hide her sword behind her back. Who, me?
Yeah. And let's see. The Kappa even though it is like in the water, it sinks into a martial arts stance, and because you're standing on the water, it does get lower ground. But it tries to do a great throw maneuver on Asher. It will get a -1 to hit for being on lower ground. And you're wearing magical leather armor, right?
Yeah.
And oh, you put your sword behind your back.
Yeah, like
Okay. And you have a shield, right?
Yes.
So 10 versus AC -1 is a miss. Because it would be turtle AC for you because you have a dex bonus. Okay, another door opens. And this girl walks out, rubbing her eyes. Okay, Brian, you're it.
He is going. Traffic jam.
Traffic jamboree.
Okay, he is going to fly at just 10 feet up so he can go under the other flyers. Here, he's at 10.
Even if you were at the same height, you can always pass through friendly squares. Even during
That's
flight.
true.
Even during flight, yeah.
Alright, let's go another 2. Altogether. 9 vertical. He is going to do a bite.
Bite the water. Speaking of water, Dune Part 2 was awesome.
Oh, good.
Yeah. They're saying Dune Part 2 saved cinema. Like, there's all these movie companies going out of business. Box office companies. And, you know, most of the theaters are playing that movie. And a lot of people are going to see it because it's exclusively in theaters. It's not on Netflix or any other streaming app. So people who want to see it have to go to the theater. And that's the first movie ticket I've bought in a year. So I used to go to the movies like every weekend back in the 2010 era.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like you didn't add your 1.9 damage for enlarged Brian drill.
Yeah.
Oh shit, you're right.
Yeah.
Ew.
Let's hope you still hit.
Looking out. We'll see.
All you have to do is roll 6 or higher. And you will hit, because it's shieldless enemy. Oh!
Oh my god.
That is a
Alright.
miss. Airdrin.
Yeah. So he can't stop there. He's got to make his 90-degree turn.
Okay, yep.
And he's going to glide down and land here, and then the elemental will get an attack opportunity.
And for some reason, my Avast is running a smart scan right now, so I don't see, or I won't see the result in chat. But I will move. Oh,
That hit for 18.
strange you were able to fly through the pillar and the invisible line.
Oh, I didn't fly through it. I moved him around.
Okay. And Avast didn't find any issues. Would be nice if it would do it while I'm not playing D&D. So -8 versus AC -1 is a hit, and Brian Druid took 18 damage. Okay, Airdrin.
Airdrin is reloading his gun and comes down the hall and kind of pushes aside the young man that opened this door. He's like, "Move it," and then he closes the door and hides in shadows. Thank you.
Move it or lose it, bub. Shandrak.
Chandrak will begin feather footing down the hall. And he will make it a little bit behind Musashi, and that's all for him.
Did you know there's 2 Wolverine movies coming out? There's old Wolverine and there's Wolverine and Deathpool.
I did not.
So that was Shandrak, right?
Yeah.
With a Featherfoot?
Yep. Yeah, feather footed. A little bit behind Musashi now.
Okay, Musashi's up. Watch your pants gain to
Musashi.
level.
Musashi moves up next to Kirangor, and he will also wait to see if something comes.
Okay, Jim.
Jim looks at the young man next to him, kind of squints at him, and he's been with Asher a long time, so like tries to identify like, where's I've seen this face before.
Oh, roll intelligence.
He looks a little like Lao Shan.
Okay, yeah, the guy on the left looks a lot like Lao Shan. And the guy on the right looks like a lot like Leifon Show.
He looks back and forth at both of them and says, you guys awfully familiar. Like some traveling companions we used to have. Leifon Show and Lao Shun.
And then this guy over here is like, you know Lao Shun? That's my brother. Is he still alive?
So, he was when we saw him a month or so ago.
And then
Hey my.
this guy's like, Show is my brother. Is he still alive?
Yeah, we saw them both about a month ago back in Hang Mai.
And they both like do like a fist inside of a fist, like nod forehead to fist, thank you style.
We gotta get up there in case they need me, but you guys stay safe back here. We'll get you back to your families.
They say, okay. Alright, and another door opens. And this young person steps out into the light, rubbing his eyes. He looks like this. Just kind of your standard kickboxer type kid. Early to mid 20s, something like that. Alright, Ashriel.
Ashriel, in his mind, tries to communicate with the elemental, saying, "It is not your time yet." And he flies around them to go up to the Kappas. And he will attack this Kappa here. I gotta lower a little.
And the elemental does an attack of opportunity on Ashriel.
Can't touch him.
That's right. Misses. Can't touch him.
Can't touch him.
Da, 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 da. Can't touch this. Bow, bow. Can't touch this. All right, you attack one of the Kappas in the water. From 10 feet above. That is shieldless flank. Wait. Yeah. Because he's facing Asher. So yeah, shieldless flank. Negative 11 beats AC 3. And you cause 25 damage to him. Killing him, go and describe how you do so.
As he flies around, elemental, he just casually brings out the Nodachi. It comes down and splits his head in half, and then he turns to the other Kappa and swings with the flaming greatsword at him.
All right. It's a regenerating creature. That is just front shieldless. 0 versus AC 3 hits for 12 damage. Whack, 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 whack. The Kappa you just attacked also attacks you. Unless no, because you have reach from 10 feet, so it can't reach you. But it can reach Asher.
Face.
And it will do. All right, it's gonna do a base Kappa style martial arts attack against Asher.
I think Asher has stone skin from Shandrak. It might still do some fancy martial arts thing.
Yep. Okay. So it is able to make 2 martial arts attacks and takes 2 of your charges. The dragons are staying put. Water elemental. Man, all these targets are protected. It's going to move out of the threatened square of Varen.
Okay, he will attack.
Okay, negative 14 beats AC 2. You cause 10 more damage. And it attacks Ryer. Ryer is not protected by Stone Skin. And Ryer was waiting, right?
Yeah, where I was waiting. So once the
So
elemental
2
came up
versus
to him,
AC 2, causing 6 damage.
and he's fighting with his one-handed style right now.
So -1 to hit.
And then also before the elemental attacks Ryer, Bombosa has 2 more movement. So we will have to bit of a risk here. So he'll briefly step into Ryer's square, attempt. Oh no, because he can't backstab him. Yeah, we're still gonna do it. Try to save Ryer. To attempt, assuming the thing doesn't know if Bombosa successfully feather-footed. Necklace. He's gonna try to make an attack at +4. That's another one for Ryer. You able to see if Bombosa's Featherfoot was successful? Oh, thank you.
Okay, you get a +4 to hit
Okay. The one
for being
Ryer.
essentially invisible.
And then he'll need to step back here. So, oh, actually back here because they're moved. So if he didn't kill his target, gonna get an attack of opportunity. I seriously doubt he did. Okay.
Uh, 6 damage. Nope. Attack. Wave-like arm. Bombosa. Shorter melee. Same elevation. No mod. No mod. Back attack. -4 beats AC 7. 18 damage to Bombosa. And the attack against Ryer. Shorter melee, same elevation, and -1 for one-handed style. And no modification to damage. This is Ryer's front shieldless. 5 versus -4 is a miss. Anatar's multiple attack.
He will turn to use a new position.
I thought Anatar was flying, right? Didn't he take up his turn already? Turning?
He's got the fly spell, so he gets
Oh, maneuverability class A. Yeah. Yep. Or is it? No, it's B. It's B.
yeah. Do everything but fly upside down.
Yeah.
4 + 1 + 1.
Okay. This is shieldless flank against the water elemental. -4 beats AC 2. You cause 15 damage to the water elemental. Varen's multiple attack.
He's coming here. Sword attack. Round.
Varen used the Alabaster against the Kappa, so that is shieldless flank, because you're like way above him. -10 beats AC 3. You cause 14 damage to that Kappa, killing him.
That'll do it.
14. Enter. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
He just kind of like holds his sword. I always make signs so you can see me. He holds his sword out to the side, so as he's rushing by, he just lops the thing's head off, and he is going to land here.
Everyone cheers. Yay! All the young people that came out of the rooms. You can see they are all super Spartan rooms. No decoration, no personal property, nothing of the sort. Just a mat to sleep on, made of some kind of dark reeds, and an oil lantern. And all of them are pretty dirty. Like, there's green stuff stuck in their hair. They're not particularly well groomed. Like, the young men have beards, and they all have relatively long hair. The girls obviously have, like waist length for the most part here. And there's like green stuff, like pond scum, stuck in most of their hair. You can see it just kind of sticking there. Like, you know, after years, they've stopped picking it out when their hair dried. So Varen flew up to the top of the raised area.
Yeah,
Did he land?
he landed here.
Okay.
Yeah.
He can see that there is a scroll on the table. It's rolled up, and it has a red silk ribbon wrapped around it, like to keep it from unscrolling. Gargamond. He rolled a 1. Karangler. Multiple attack. Oh yeah, he's stuck.
He doesn't have. He doesn't have enough movement.
Same thing with Musashi, right? He's kind of out of movement.
He has 2, but he's not going to be able to get anywhere, so he'll just stay there.
Okay. Ashriel.
Now he communicates again to the elemental. I don't know if he can understand, but he says, "Now it is your turn," and he turns to face the elemental and brings the Nodachi to bay.
It will turn to face you, turning its back on Ryer, who gets an attack of opportunity.
And he will take it where he can get it.
Rear 1 versus AC 2 is a hit. You cause 5 damage. Killing it. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
So just as like Ashriel has the Nodachi like up in the air, shining, about to come down, this thing turns around, looks up at it, and then Ryer just and like pokes it, and the thing just collapses instantly.
And the song ends there with combat. That will be the end of the round. We've got spells and time. See, the Kidate come out of their stealth. And actually, before we go any further, let's take a 3-minute break. 'Cause it's been about an hour since our, well, maybe 2 hours since our last one. We'll be right back in 3, starting now. And we are back. Yeah, the Kirite ninja pop out of stealth. First up is Tenzi.
And he turns to Jim and says, that looks like Asher's bow. And pointing down to the ground, and then he will move up to the table and examine the table.
All right. So it's a pretty low table, like maybe 1 foot tall. And on top of the table is a scroll case tied up with a red silk ribbon. And on either side of the table, there is a lantern, kind of illuminating the room.
Naturally, we'll turn in that direction and concentrate to see if there's any snares or pits.
He doesn't detect any.
Okay. So she will move up to here, and I guess Tenzi will grab the scroll and try untying the ribbon and seeing what's on it.
Okay. You open it and see that it is a scroll of one style, and it's Kappa style. So it has illustrations of a Kappa performing martial arts maneuvers, and including training on strengthening the back side to provide a -5 to hit on back attacks. The base damage for Kappa style, according to the scroll, is it's very powerful. It's one. Or sorry, the base damage is 2d6. And it's a hard heart, or sorry, yeah, it's a hard style.
And is it like throws or
Uh,
hand or
the maneuvers. It is, yeah, it's a hard hand style. That uses feint, concentrated push, crushing blow, eagle claw, and great throw, which is let's see, rules, etc. Martial arts. Okay. Feint is movement 1. Push or concentrated push is push 1. Crushing blow is strike 2. Eagle claw is strike 3. And then great throw is throw 4.
And no mental slash physical ones? Or can everyone do that?
No, there's no mental and physical training other than it is a yeah, no mental and physical training. It's just part of the base style that you get a -5 to hit your backside.
Yep.
And the illustrations for learning that part of the Kappa style is it's a caning. Like you get caned on your back and your butt like over and over and over again until your backside hardens. Like the bones fracture and stuff and heal back kind of funky.
That doesn't
I can
sound
help
like
you with
fun.
that.
All right, that'll be it for us.
All right. Asher and Company.
One second. Yeah, Asher is going to try to featherfoot out of the water without dropping down into it.
All right, you succeed.
And then she'll come up and stand next to Tensi and try to read over his shoulder, but she doesn't read that. She just kind of like looks at the pictures.
Yeah, it's just little Kappas like fighting each other.
Okay.
And a couple of the pictures show one Kappa caning the other with like a bamboo pole.
Looks like they know how to party. And just gonna come this way and stop to talk to the nearest, presumably prisoner. It says, we had no idea you guys were all here.
And he says, he's a kind of a big guy.
Yeah.
He says,
That is no surprise. Most of us were kidnapped when we were younger than 10. It has been many years.
Asher's like face goes a little bit pale. And she says, I can't I can't believe it. I'm so sorry. Let's get you out of here. It's just we're still making sure that there's no other great evils, and I guess it's a good thing that we checking things out. So we're trying to make sure that we've vanquished all of the evil forces here in the temple. So we're going deeper, but we'll definitely want to make sure that you guys get home safely. Yeah, I don't think I've asked a question yet, just kind of made statements. So she says, you know if you were the only prisoners, or might there be other areas like this?
As far as I know, this is the only group, but I have not passed through those outer doors in almost 20 years.
Asher, is usually not very solemn, but she seems kind of chastened by what she's heard.
Excuse
so she,
please, one question. What year is it?
And 1 second, I'll check the time tracker. She says it's 11 AE5.
Oh. It has been 20 years for me.
And like she lets out a soft gasp, and like gently like raises a hand, like to try and not scare him. She's going slow enough, but like places her hand on like his forearm and gives it a pat.
What is AE5?
Well, there's this. Oh, it has been 20 years. So several years after you were taken, I suppose, there was this prophesied emperor who came to power, and that started the new eon, and since then, people like us, and she kind of motions around, have been going on adventures and vanquishing evil and rescuing fine folks like you, I suppose.
Excuse me for my ignorance. It has been many years.
Totally understandable. You have nothing to apologize for. I can't believe you have all been forgotten down here for so long.
The way we were treated was terrible. We were caned many times.
Yeah, like it's like a little intake of breath, and like takes his forearm with both of her hands and kind of like holds it for a second. That seems good for now.
You can see bruises on his back where he was caned, because his clothing is it's like he has hardly any clothes on, basically like a loincloth. And you can see the bones in his back are like really pronounced. They're just really big. You can see the like his shoulder blades are kind of poking out. His backbone, it looks like it's been fractured in several places and swollen, because his spine is sticking out a couple inches from the rest of his body, like it's the bones have been broken and healed again. So like basically his back has been broken several times.
Asher takes that in, but tries not to like let her gaze linger or say anything about it, to try to not make him any more self-conscious.
Yeah. And you can see they're all like that.
Yeah.
Their backs have been severely beaten. But they do look pretty tough.
Yeah.
Next up is Shandrak.
Okay. So. Shandrak will come out of hiding and come north of the room. And he'll say to this man Asher was just talking to, what about through these doors pointing up north? Nobody came out of them. Is there any more Kappas or someone else further in?
Oh.
Please call me Hong. Wise Ro Hong. At your service.
Oh, good to meet you. My name is Shandrak. Do you know what lies ahead past those doors? Are there any other of these Kappas?
Come again?
These doors, and Shandrak points these sets of doors up north. Nobody's come out of them. Not people like you or Kappas. Is there? Do you know what's beyond those doors?
It is the middle of the night. I believe everyone is asleep at this time of day. Unless culture has changed so drastically since I was a child. Do people normally stay up all night now?
No. People like us might, but no normal people who would be asleep at this hour.
Very good. Then not much has changed. People still sleep at night?
Yes, people do still sleep at night, unless you're trying to go into a very dangerous temple, in which case you keep odd hours in order to rest as best as you can.
Very good. I do not believe there are any other Kappa in here. Perhaps
Is there any
elsewhere in the temple.
Is there any other? Do you know if there's any other prisoners or people that have cells further inside?
Not here.
Okay. And I still got a couple squares left, so Shandrak is gonna approach those doors and listen to this one on the right side.
Okay. Inside, you can hear the flickering of lamp flame.
I turn to Tenzi and Asher. Sounds safe in here.
Asher nods. Yeah. hopefully they'll. I think the people will probably be safe until we can backtrack and show them to the exit, unless they already know where it is. But it sounds like they probably don't.
Perhaps,
Yeah. Mhm.
perhaps the ninja could take them home.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Maybe, but it would still be a long and dangerous trip. It might be better if they all stayed here, and then we could come with us back to Mingdao with the dimensional fold, or Hang Mai rather.
Anything else for Chandrak and Company?
Erdrin will just come out of the room and will where'd it go? He'll try to recover his bullets from the Kappa he killed.
Okay. The dragons are staying put. End of round. Just gonna sort real quick. We got spells and time. The Kidate are going to stay put. Next up is Tenzi.
Tenzi will roll the scroll back up, resecure it with the ribbon, and he will slip it into his backpack for now.
Yeah.
Study later. And let's see, where's Musashi? Musashi, we'll go over. Asriel will fly over next to Musashi, and that'll be it for us.
Okay. Asher.
Asher releases forearm, and she turns to the direction where Chandrak pointed and motions her people to follow. And she looks at him and says, at Waihong, and says, we will be back. We need to make sure that we don't leave any evil at our backs. You guys stay here where we've just cleared out the enemies here. And she looks for the key to Tay. Yeah, I think she can. No, I don't think she can see them. She asks, like, has anyone seen the Kitate ninja?
Jim pipes up and
Jim
says,
yeah.
They're right down here.
And she nods and says, hey guys, we want to make sure that keep these people safe until we can get them out. Do you care to maybe you can stay with them and come and fetch us if anything bad happens?
Kinpana walks in with his two, followers, and he says,
I will bring them with us. They are very good martial artists if they have learned the way of the Kappa.
Like, looks like she's debating something and says, well, they've had their freedom and their choices taken for 20 years. If they wish to go with you, of course, but I think they'll need to make that choice for themselves.
I will keep them to the rear and make sure they do not run ahead and participate in combat. They are not wearing armor.
And one of them
I've
pipes up and
Asher-
says,
We monks never wear armor.
and Kenpana goes,
Oh, that's right. Excuse me.
Ashrik looks back at Chandrak and Tenzi and says, like, shrugs and says, I mean, we left a pretty clear trail behind us. If they feel comfortable with it, I think they'll probably be okay.
Can Chandra kind of look at the closest guy next to us? Like, they're dirty, but like, how like healthy do they look?
this guy looks like he's been eating some meat. He's pretty
Mhm.
burly. They're dirty, yeah, but they're like well fed, and this guy looks pretty strong. Like he's easily 6'9",
Uh-huh.
and probably weighs close to 300 pounds of like muscle.
Yeah.
Like he's fucking scary looking.
Mhm.
Oh, and Jim also looks up at Asher and says, I'm back here, are brothers of Leifon Show and Lao Shun. And her eyes light up, and she says, You're kidding. And she is actually gonna go that direction to see for herself. And she sees them and says, You're right, they look just like them. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there is a very strong family resemblance. This guy looks
Yeah.
a lot like Lao Shun, and this guy looks a lot like Leifon Show.
And she just like stares at them and says, I traveled with both of your brothers. They were strong and great warriors, and I was privileged to be able to fight alongside them.
And one does the double fist, forehead to hands, like, you know, bow to you, and the other one says, good.
That seems... Yes, so she kind of like looks around to her people and says, well, let's, it sounds like we'll probably know our way forward. And she points to where Chandrak's standing and says, start getting ready. And people will start falling in line, and that will be my turn.
Okay. Chandrak. I think you might be muted.
Thank you. We'll have Chandrak step over to this next door and try to listen at that one as well.
Okay. So the water elemental is worth 10,000 points. Number of player characters is 3. Oh yeah, NPCs. Hex. Chat archive. Show on one page. Actually, I probably shouldn't have done that, because that's what really slows things down. The chat archive. Last page. Fun group. XP. Giant wasps. What? First page. Masamaji Joni. Um. So last time we played was 1 Kappa and
week.
6 Masamaji Jonins, right?
That sounds right.
Okay.
Because we spent a lot of time talking to that Kappa.
Okay, so 10 NPCs and 7 warriors and bards. Number of NPCs 10. Number of creatures defeated 1. Hit dice per creature 16. Warriors and bards was 7. And one Kappa T. Kappa T are worth 1,400. Player characters 10. NPCs who... Oh, no. No. Okay. One Kappa T. Player characters. Okay, 1,400 points for a Kappa T. 3 player characters. 10 NPCs. One creature defeated. 8 hit dice. 7 warriors and bards. And 4 Kappa. 270 points each. 3 player characters. 10 NPCs. Number of creatures defeated was all 4. Hit dice per creature 4. Warriors and bards 7. Okay. Was that it for Shandrak? Oh, you're listening at the door, right?
Yeah, she was
Okay.
looking at the door on the left.
Let's see. Checks. All right. There are no sounds coming from the other side of the door. So nothing in the room is making noise.
Mm-hmm. Shandrak turns around. Dead silence from this one. And then Shandrak will hide in shadows in the corner. And Erdrin hides in shadows behind Gargamon.
And the dragons stay put. End of round. I'm gonna sort real quick. Time now is 2:58 a.m. Spells and time. Okay, Hong just kind of gathers up the other monks and comes down the stairs here. Wait. There we go. The Kitate are staying put, and next up is Tenzi and company.
Tenzi says to Asher, Shandrak says it's quiet over here. Do you want to hide just in case? Or should we go ahead and open the door?
Asher says, "Yeah, if you give me a second," and she signals to Bambosa, and he nods and says, "We'll both get hidden and then proceed. Never hurts to be careful."
And so we will just wait.
Okay. And Asher and company.
She's going to come up the stairs and take up a spot next to Bambosa. They both look at each other and nod, and then like enclose themselves and fold to Brian Drew's wings. He's like, "What are you doing back there?" And they're both gonna try to hide in shadows.
Okay.
Knock it off, it tickles.
And let's take a real quick 3-minute break. We'll be right back in 3.
Okay, so if anybody is still here, I've tried this boar's head salted caramel dessert hummus, and it is bananas good.
Caramel hummus does sound good.
It's so good. I've got a video gaming friend who works at Boar's Head, and she put us onto it months ago, but I finally saw it in the store, and she was right. I can usually take or leave hummus, but like, good damn, it doesn't hardly even taste like hummus. And I've got a bad sweet tooth, so it tastes like a sweet.
Nice. I'll have to look out for that. I've actually gotten lately this boar's head cheese that's it's got caramelized onions in the cheese.
Oh, yum. You could easily use that in a lot of dishes too, not even just on its own.
Oh yeah. Made some frittatas with that.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm back a little bit early from the break. Is everyone else here?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm talking about this salted caramel hummus.
I completely forgot to mention I do need to end the session about 45 minutes early. So I can take my girlfriend to work.
Okay.
So that's in
yeah,
like
that's important.
about half an hour.
No problem.
Yeah, sorry I forgot about that. She just
Yep.
reminded me just now, and I was like, oh yeah, shit. Okay, so we've got Asher and company. Or no, did Asher already went and we're doing Shandrak, right?
Well, I wasn't quite done. So Asher and Bambosa both were hiding in behind Brian Druid, and then looking around, it looks like everybody who likes to hide is doing so.
Okay.
So Baron will come over and try to open this door on the left.
All right. Inside is an unlit dojo. You can see a woven like bamboo / cattail mat on the floor. There's a 10-foot stairway leading up to it. And it's got like 5 feet around the outer edge on all sides for combatants to, kneel and observe. Or sorry, non-combatants to kneel and observe. And two fighters fighting each other. So kind of like your standard tournament style fighting mat, except it's rectangular instead of square. Excuse me.
Okay. So he comes back and...
It's very Spartan. It's just stone floors, stone walls, 2 stone columns holding up the ceiling, and the stairs are carved right out of the stone.
He comes back and reports his findings to the group. Says, just a training area. And then Karen Glore will come over and open the door on the right.
Alright, inside is a square table about 10 feet by 10 feet, in the center of which there is a lamp, and around the perimeter of the table are pillows. There is also another door in the back of the room.
And
It looks
Karen
like
Glore,
looks like this is an eating area, kind of.
And Karen Glore calls back into the hallway. There is another door. Perhaps some of our roguish friends might want to listen to that. And it'll be my turn.
Okay. Shandrak.
So Ryer will come on up, and he'll take a listen at the door that Karen Glore found.
All right. All right. On the other side of the door, you hear total silence.
Yeah, just more quiet. Seems like. And then he opens it up.
Inside, there is a Adrian kitchen. There's a small stove, several shelves with food, like a larder. There are jars filled with liquids that you've seen in several Adrian kitchens so far, like soy sauce, sesame oil, sake, mirin, which is a lot like sake. There's cooking oils and vinegars and sauces, bags of rice, and there's actually a steamer, like a rice cooker, that appears to be like swelling with rice. Like the lid is being pushed up by what appears to be cooked rice, and it's kind of steaming a little bit. On the left hand side there are 2 large, like 5-foot diameter barrels of what appears to be water for cooking and drinking, like fresh water. And then there's also a spice rack, and there are pieces of meat on the table that are uncooked, and it looks like swamp critters. Like there's a skinned snake. There's like a baby crocodile. There's several different kinds of like spotted eggs. There appears to be a what appears to be like a heron, like a really big, long-legged bird that hasn't been plucked yet. That's just laying on the table with its wings are tied together, and there are many pieces of like wood in a pile in one corner for the stove. And the stove is that big thing in the middle that has all that stuff on it.
I was gonna ask you if that pile was wood or bone, 'cause I couldn't quite tell.
Yeah, it's the local trees cut up into firewood.
All right, Briar will come on out. I'll say, yeah, just another Adrian kitchen / pantry. There's plenty of rice that looks like it's ready if anybody wants a plate.
I've been skeptical to eat anything in this place.
And then Ryan will start to make his way to the other set of doors. As does Chandrak using Featherfoot. And Erdrin also moving silently with Featherfeet. We'll end up at the right door of the second set of doors. And he'll attempt to listen to that door.
There is, in fact, silence on the other side of this door as well.
Alright, Erdrin will just try to open that.
Inside, there is some sort of exhibition room that has, or like practice room, really, that has several wooden dummies that have each dummy is basically like a log about the size of a human torso, and each dummy has 2 pairs of arms sticking out the front. So they look like this from the top.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay, and what the martial artist does is they approach the side that has the like 2 sets of arms sticking out the front, and they practice their like interlocking their arms in between these pegs that are sticking out of the dummy, and it allows them to practice fighting without actually fighting. So they use these dummies to practice their maneuvers with blocking and striking. And what it does is it builds up strength in the arms and gets them used to the pain of striking someone else's arms with their arms. And it's pretty much every martial artist's like practice dummy. It's not unique to Kappa style.
Alright. Seeing the door open, Gargamon goes in just to check it out. And then Gargamon We'll open the other door.
And inside is well lit by again a lamp. There's a 10-foot by 10-foot table, and this one is surrounded by surrounded by pillows. Like the other one only had like 4. This one has 6. It's pretty much there's pillow. Well, actually there's 8. So I forgot to put the ones in the corners. So it's almost as though like the students eat in here and the masters eat in the other one.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
And you can see a door in the back of the room as well.
Yeah, Gargamon will squeeze his way through and try that one.
And again, there is a kitchen with a larder, a pile of firewood. Only one barrel in here of fresh water, and no cooked rice. Like all the food in here is uncooked. You don't see as many bags of rice. You don't see as many jars of like seasonings and herbs and spices and stuff in here, and oils, whatnot. Like maybe their food's a little plainer. But, I mean, it looks like they've eaten well from what you've seen of their bodies. Like their bodies are muscular. So.
Gargamon will make it back up to the hallway.
Oh, and same meats in here. It's all swamp critters. There's
yeah.
swamp fishes, skinned snakes, and baby crocodiles and eggs and stuff. Plenty of protein. Just not as flavorful. Not as seasoned.
Hey, Gargamon will come out and say, "Yup, no kappas, and looks like no treasure either. Just more food, more training areas."
Okay.
Asher will break stealth to pipe up. Well, if there's nothing here, and back in the hall, there was another door I listened to that sounded like it had at least a water elemental behind it.
Chandrak will pipe up and say, "Yeah, that looks like that's our only way forward." And the rest of my people will start to make their way out the room.
Okay. And the dragons stay put. End of round. Okay, it's 2:59 a.m. And Wai Shu Hong leads the monks out. In a big group. The Kidate kind of joined their little group there. And next up is Tenzi.
We'll begin to move out. Asheville will mention that down the other hallway that he was in with some of the others, there are other rooms that have not yet been entered.
Anything else for
And,
Tenzi?
No, I'm just going to move everybody.
Okay, Asher.
Yeah, we're all gonna jog back toward that area.
And Shandrak.
Yeah, just starting to move my guys. Yeah, I think I'll have them jog. Well, Chandrak won't, but the rest will.
Asher's not gonna jog. She's gonna pause here and pick her short bow back up.
Okay. I watched a video last night of the English longbow versus the Japanese longbow. They didn't call it a daikyu, they called it Q, or a Jukyu, or I can't remember what they called it. But it's the same thing as a daikyu. And it launches arrows at exactly the same speed as a British longbow, but with more force, because the Japanese arrows are heavier. And despite them not being bodkin arrows like the British arrows are, they have the same like armor-piercing properties as the British arrows do because they're heavier. But because the Japanese one is shorter on the bottom, it outperforms the English longbow. Just slightly. Anything else for Shandrak?
Nope. Yeah, Erdwin will make it next to the brazier, but he jogged, so he's out of stealth and can't hide this turn, so that's all for me.
Okay. The dragons are going to stay put, as are the monks and the ninja. And that's the end of the round. Time now is 3 a.m. First up is Tenzi.
We're going to move Henzi and Musashi first. They will stop there. And then move Ashriel. And he will fly up to Chandra and innately cast protection from evil on Chandra.
Thanks, Basher.
It's 24 rounds.
No. Okay. Asher and Company.
Not yet. Bombosa is going to come to this alcove and attempt to hide in shadows there. She's going to come into this alcove, but she jogged to get there, so she won't hide yet. And the rest of her crew has fallen into line.
All right. Shandrak and Company.
Sorry, I accidentally right-clicked, so it did that thing where it kicked me out, so I had to reload. I'm reloading the page again,
Yeah.
but Erdrin is going to try to hide in shadows by the brazier that he's at. Shandrak is going to say, Musashi, if you'll come here, I'll give you some protection too. And I'll just wait for Musashi to come to him, give him the protection from evil. And it's still loading, so that's all I'm doing.
Okay, so you're using your staff to cast protection from evil on who?
Well, yeah. Well, I asked Musashi to come to me, but I'll have to. Yeah, I'll have to wait for him. So I'll cast it on. I'll ask Musashi to approach me, but I'll cast protection from evil on Dariah.
Okay. And that is 18 rounds.
Yes.
Okay, anything else for Shandrak?
Yeah, Erdrin comes up on the opposite side of the brazier that Asher's at and hides in shadows.
Okay. And anything else?
Nope, that's all.
Okay. So end of round. And that will be the end of today's session.
Oh, okay.
So there was a small chunk of XP from the water elemental.
Yeah. Got out another room, found some prisoners.
Yeah. I forgot. Go ahead and give Go ahead and give Chandrak 400 points for the listening checks.
Oh, thank you.
And I think Asher had a successful listen check too.
Yes.
So that's 200 points
What's
for
a pick to
her.
lock?
Yeah, I already gave you XP for that. I did remember
Oh,
to
okay.
give you XP for that. And I think that's it because Erdrin's backstab didn't kill the Kappa, right?
No, he did. He got a successful kill.
All right, so he gets 400 points, one for move
Okay.
silently, one to hide shadows. Yeah.
Nice. Thank you.
Okay. And that's it. Any questions, comments, concerns? I know we didn't get as much XP today as normal. Kappas are a little on the light side of the experience point spectrum. I just wanted to introduce, well, not really introduce, but because I did that last week, but I just wanted to go into how they treat people and give a chance to learn their martial art, because their martial art is really strong. As far as Ninja Handbook martial arts go, it's really strong. The base damage is 2d6. I've never seen base damage that high.
Yeah.
So their maneuvers do like a metric fuck ton of damage because of that. There's several of their maneuvers use either their base damage or double their base damage. Great throw is it does double their base damage. So if you succeed on a great throw using Kappa style, you do 4d6 damage, and it gives you a strength bonus too. So if you're wearing, one of the giant belts or girdles giant strength, you're getting that strength bonus. And great throw is not one of those maneuvers that you can only perform once per round. You get one great throw per martial arts attack. So if you have 2 Kappa martial arts attacks per round, you can perform 2 great throws. So
just come freaking Zangief and just start doing these throws left and right.
Yeah, you turn into like a turtley Zangief. There's really no drawback to what I said about being caned to learn the style. Like, that's just what you have to do to train. But the base AC for the style, or not the base AC, but the AC bonus for the style is -5 to back attacks.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah. So like, if someone tried to backstab you or something, their -4 gets negated, and they have an additional, or their +4 is negated by it, and they have an additional -1 because they're trying to backstab a guy that's using Kappa style. So, and then it does kind of change your appearance slightly, like your back gets beefier. Obviously, you can't grow a shell like a Kappa can. So your back muscles just get beefier and you're bonier, you get bonier on your backside. And so it's like a physical change slightly. And then, base damage is 2d6. So that kicks the shit out of flying kick, because, you just move up to somebody and do 2d6 damage rather than have to roll a check, for flying kick. because sometimes you can fail your check for flying kick. But the cool thing about martial arts is you can use them round to round in tandem. So one round you can use, Tenzi's martial art or whatever and do flying kicks to close with the enemy. And then the next round switch to Kappa style if you wanted to learn Kappa style, that is. And each of your attacks does 2d6 damage. So, and it's a strike martial art. It's hard. And it has Eagle Claw and I don't think that Tenzi has an equivalent of Eagle Claw, but it does have Crushing Blow, which is very similar to what Tenzi already has. So I wouldn't make Tenzi spend another slot to learn it, because he's already spent a slot on the other Crushing Blow. Okay, so that's pretty much all I had. Any questions, comments, or concerns for me?
Thank you for the game.
Yeah, that was fun.
Okay. For our viewers, thank you very much for watching. Please like, share, and subscribe. And hope to see you again during my world building stream, probably next Saturday. And we're going to raid into Dork Tales. If you stay with us for the raid, you'll get like 200 channel points or something like that. And then you could just kind of vamoose if you want to after that. Alright, here we go. And